G'day, you good dunce. How are we? Stealing first from everyone again, Vongo. Well done. Well done indeed. We can get started. We've addressed all the bugs that have been raised. There's a couple features and stuff that I'd like to add. Like, allow users to exit from their game to the main menu. That's an interesting one. Trying to decide if I let that. But you know, we'll see. We'll see. Let's start with a game door. Yeah. A nice, simple game door. And we can go with Titanfall 2. See? Easy. Easy. First-person sci-fi shooter. Before 2016. That's clearly going to be a Halo 2. First-person, third-person sci-fi shooter before 2004. That's clearly going to be Fallout 3. No, when was Fallout 3? Oh shit, Fallout 3 was 2008. What up, Sage? How are you doing? What's a first-person, third-person sci-fi shooter before 2004? Huh. Maybe... No, I don't know. Is it a Far Cry? Morrowind? Nah, it's gotta be sci-fi. Gotta be sci-fi. This could be... No, it's not going to be Counter-Strike. G'day, Cam. How you doing? You are second, Cam. You are indeed second. It is 2001 to 2003. First-person sci-fi shooter. I should not be able to get second on this stream. I know. I know. No one should be able to get second on this stream. I should rename it to be first, first last, and first, second, last. And then everyone else is just last. I don't know what this game is. First, then first loser. Then third. First loser, at least you got something, and everything else. This really has me stumped. Is it like a Far Cry? No, it's not. It's not a Gears of War. It's not a Far Cry, I don't think. How you doing, abnormalities? Gathering of developers, publisher, and Crow Team. Oh my god, I know Crow Team. I've heard of Crow Team. I just want stuff to stop breaking. Have a sleep. Think of it this way, Cam. While you're sleeping, nothing can break. things can only break if you wake up and get told that they're broken. Yeah. Just saw a bit ago, I got playtest access. Yeah, I granted access to another 15 people, I believe. So we've now got 51 playtesters. That might be all of the playtesters that I allow in for this round. I think there's like another 80 people that have requested playtest access. Hello, Game Devable. How are you doing? But I think for the first round of playtests, I think 50 playtesters is a good amount to limit it to. However, I've only gotten feedback from 2 people, so if I don't get any other feedback by Christmas, I may just end the playtest and be like, well, too bad. Too bad, so sad. And then we do another playtest in the second half of January. And then we finalize the demo for February. Yeah. I see what you did there, Matt. G'day, you good dunt. I see you trying to sneak that past. I'll give you mine once I've played it a bit. Plan to play it later today or tomorrow. Nice. Nice. Think that I got my name kind of locked in. Your name. You think you've got your name kind of locked in? Oh, game name. Okay, I gotcha. I'm with you. I'm with you. We're trying to figure this out. Sneaky, sneaky. Maybe I'm the real good dunt. Nah. That's a snidunt. A sneaky dunt. Yeah. Thank you, Oki. Much appreciated. Yep. I totally didn't forget. I was testing you, Oki. I was making sure that you were on the ball. Yeah. What's a cool dunt? Cadulant. Cadulant. Snidunt makes me think of Sninko. Oh, that's fair. That is 100% fair. You can see that. What am I even doing? I'm trying to figure out what game this is. First person, third person, gathering developers, Crow Team development, sci-fi shooter. You're far cry from getting this answer. I am, aren't I? I am. I'm so far off. What? Why can't I think of any sci-fi shooters from this time frame? It's not a Halo. I need some Cadulant for my car. You need some Cadulant for your Kadar. Yeah, I got no idea what this game is. Ta-da! It's a Kadar. All right, I'm gonna investigate this lighting issue. Yeah, I'll look into this, see if we can figure out what's happening. Because on the second day, like the start of a subsequent day, it's very bright. Oh. Whoops. Whoops. I need to quickly put up a new build. Oopsie. Give me a moment, chat. Those. Oopsies. Can't believe I forgot to do that. I even thought to myself before I put it up, like, I have to revert this. I have to remember to revert this. But then I just didn't. So, I don't know what I'm doing. You have to authorize this. Oh. That's that done. Then we need to run the build. Type this out.
Is it bad I keep on pinning the message, but have never put it on my own Steam wishlist?
Oh, yes. Yes. That's not even a question. Jeez. God damn. Can't believe you. Here. That was a big whoopsie moment from me.
Doing it now as we speak.
Good. Good. It's gonna give me another confirmation. Voila. Okay, both of those are done. That was a whoopsie. I forgot to change that back to 15 minutes.
Request access, but him on a non-compatible platform.
Are you on Mac? Are you on mobile? iPod Touch. What? Okay, now I'm confused. Um. So, see how bright that looks? So see how it looks here? This is how I would expect it to look at the start of a day. Okay? This is what I would expect it to look like. But if it's nighttime. Oh, whoops. If it's nighttime, and then you end the day, and I set it manually. Oh, hang on, that's total hours. But that's the current time of day. Current time. Yeah, so if I set that at 8, and I go 21, and then I change this back to 8, see how bright it is? What the feckity foo is this doing to you? There's something to do with Sky 3D, this. See how you gotta let it run for a little bit? I wonder if I set it to like 7.9. So if it's 21, and then the next day I set it to 7.9, and then I let it run until it hits 8. Yeah. Or 7.95 and let it run until it hits 8. Something like that to like force the sky to be correct. Did you see the new name? I have not. I think new name is going to be Detonometry. I gotcha. What up, Dale? How you doing? Sorry for seeing that message so late. My first issue is Q and R are not rotating unless I quick succession them. Let me have a look-see. Do you have sticky keys enabled? I mean, you gotta hold it down for a second. Oh, hello. How do I turn them on and off? Wondering if my kid turned them on. If it's on, it'll be a Windows thing. It'll be under Windows settings somewhere. What up, Bok? How you doing? Sticky keys, Mike. Day one of learning Godot has been a struggle. Have you been going through the Godot stuff or the GD quest stuff? So to turn off sticky keys on Windows, press the Shift key 5 times quickly, or go to Settings, Accessibility, Keyboard in Windows 11, or Ease of Access keyboard in Windows 10, and toggle sticky keys off. This will prevent them from activating accidentally. I don't know what sticky keys does, but... What do you think of the new name? It took me a second to understand how to pronounce it, but I get it. Detonometry. It's a good name. It's unique. Spent 3 hours trying to set up an animation tree state machine just to realize I had the path to get it wrong. Animation state machines are a bit of a more complex, like, I wouldn't say they're an entry level, like, first thing you would set up sort of thing. Not without a tutorial, at least. Are you curious? How you doing? I'm doing good. I've got a bit of cramp in my neck. Wasn't on, but holding it worked after a short delay. Yeah, I think I need to tweak that. I'm going to tweak that now. If you go into placing... Snapping. So it's not a player state, which means I can close these out and go into furniture placing. This will have rotating. Christ. My neck is killing me. Doc said it was get parameters playback to access the travel function, but it was get parameters state machine playback all along. Were you looking at the correct docs, or were you looking at like version 3 of the docs? Oh, fucking damn. Why? Why does it hurt so much right there? Cramper, no cramper. Yeah. So special primary is true. Okay. 4.6 docs. Do you have 4.6 or are you on 4.5? Ah, right. There's different ways to do it. Cool. C keys where you slam your fingers on multiple keys, on keys multiple times to execute commands. It's made for older folks who don't understand how touch screens work. Instead of smashing their fingers on the screen of their laptop a million times, they can do it on their keyboard. Right. Right. Actually, on 4.5 because 4.6 managed to crash my DE twice. Yeah, it is still in like a beta kind of thing, like a dev release. So it'll cause issues. 4.6 at the moment. Wayland Gunner Wayland, yep. C keys and computer accessibility feature that lets you use your keyboard shortcuts like Control-C by pressing keys one at a time instead of simultaneously, making it easier for people with motor disabilities or repetitive strain issues to perform multi-key commands by sticking modifier keys. Ah, okay. So yeah, sticky keys isn't going to interfere with it. I wonder, how often is unhandled input called? And also, get rid of that. VSync mode is enabled by default. Whenever I use sticky keys, it annoys me, but I can't say that because it helps people. I mean, you can say it. Sticky keys annoys me as well. Just because it annoys you doesn't mean it's not helpful for someone else. That's key input. But is there a delay? Unhandled input. Actually, input hold delay. When you hold a key, it goes something like this: key, nothing, 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 key, 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 key. Unfortunately, I need to move character to wait, so it'll be there. That's fine. So what I could do rotating. I'm gonna go delta float. I'm gonna pass in delta here. The reason we're doing that if rotating. Well, actually, no. Is being pressed. Then what I can do is go rotating equals event is True. No. Why is time so fast? I think I heard it's something to do with the perception of time. The older you get, the faster you perceive time. Something like that. Default sticky key notification when you hold shift too long is definitely a choice. Oh my god. To slow your perception of time, introduce novelty by breaking routines and learning new things. Actually. If that or that, and event is released, then we do rotating false. Down here, we do if rotating, do rotate, like so. Actually, time is relative. When you're a kid, vacation feels like forever. When you're an adult, it's like a week at best. Well, that's just because you have less vacation time as an adult. So you got to remember, as a kid, you have 4 terms which are split up. So between term 1 and term 2, there's 2 weeks. Term 2 and term 3, there's 2 weeks. Term 3 and term 4, there's 2 weeks. And then between the end of the school year and the start of the next school year, there's like 4 weeks. 4 or 5 weeks, depending on where you are. That's a lot more time off than just 4 weeks a year. So, yeah. Kid equals no responsibilities, which equals infinite time in mind. That's true. It's true. What is vacation? What is work? What is this work you speak? So we get the rotate, and then we have this, and I want to multiply this. I don't want it to move that far in a second. I want it to move 180 degrees in a second, maybe. So we do rotate strength times pi multiplied by delta. Input get action strength. I'm just going to call it strength. Get rid of you. We'll do that. Oh, because I didn't change input. Because I hit you! There we go. I don't understand this. People complain about working, but at work they don't work. Yeah, I've noticed that. I find the people that complain the most about work are the people that don't work when they're at work. Yep. They're often the people you'll see like sitting around in a group talking. And then they have to go to a meeting and they're like, oh, but we were talking. I feel called out. And there's a reason for that, Sage. There's a reason you feel called out. Ah. Oh. Oh. That is... Oh, that is such a nice... Look how smooth that is. Oh, frick, that's good. That's such a better implementation than the shit I was doing before. Because this is going to say if it is pressed. I want to know if it is pressed, not if it is, like, just released. Like, I guess I could do... Like, does release do the opposite? Returns true if the given action matches this event and is released. i.e. not pressed, not relevant for event types of that. So I can do... Whoops. Is released. Ooh, thank you for the follow. I heard that. Much appreciated, you fantastical gaduntical.
Bobble Shop Simulator wishlisted on Steam.
Nice. Well done. Well done. If not rotating, return. If we're not rotating, we don't want to check this. The reason why I want to do it that way is so that if we run this, if I go over here, pick this up, if I hold Q and then I press R and then I let go of R, Now press R. Now let go of Q. See how I can... It still spins when I let go of the previous, like... Because when they're both pressed, you don't want it to spin. Because the actions are cancelling each other out. Oh. Such a better rotation for furniture. God damn. What up, Behanaut? You are inside. That's better. Okay. Well, that's one improvement done. That is a much better improvement. And because I've tied it to delta time of the physics process, but yeah, the time is passing really fast. Yeah, I've already fixed that abnormalities and I've put up a new build. So if you run it, I'll go into wine Bobble Shop Sim XE. So this is the build that I put up at the start of the stream because I realized that it was incorrect. But I reset it to be 15 minutes. So, you see, net time's now going past like 1 second at a time. Like 1 second is 1 minute in game. So if you exit out, you should be able to get an updated version. So, yeah. What's going on, Black Shift? How you doing? So much more progress. Like, so much more progress. We got a bunch of the, like, all of the bugs that were reported by Mr. DuBois and whatnot fixed. We got some improvements from our playtest suggestions implemented. And now I'm going through these to get these implemented as well. Yeah. A lot of progress. By Christmas Day, I reckon I can have all of that finished. But yeah, if those bugs that were reported are the only bugs that get found, it's gonna be like, oh my god, this is amazing. Because those were they were some big bugs, but they were very easy fixes. And it was just me not realizing Godot's functionality and stuff. Like, for example, the biggest issue that we had with our playtest so far is I was checking here if file access file exists. The issue with that is it doesn't find the file, in this case, icon PNG files, inside the build. So what you need to do is you need to have it as a resource loader exists. Because those images will be in the PCK, and resource loader will find the PNG file in the PCK. That was the issue, and it caught me out, and I think that has caught out a lot of other people as well at times. So, note for all of you. Your checkout stopped working. That's actually the other thing. That's the other thing. There's a bug, and I don't know why it happens. Completely forgot how to spell occasionally. Sometimes card packs and cards fall through the sale counter. That's why your checkout stopped working, abnormalities. Because an item fell through the checkout for some reason and is no longer available to you. So, yeah. I don't know why it happens, and that's the next big thing for us to fix. I run into that about once a week on the Godot Discord. Yeah, I might turn that into a short so that people can see it, and then hopefully a bunch of people in the Godot community that don't know that will go, oh crap, that's good info, and then they don't have the issue in the future. Hopefully. Hope. Full. E. Resource loader has a list directory? Yeah. So yes, the sale counter. What I'm gonna have to do, I think, to prevent this from happening, under here, you'll notice we've got place items. And what this does is it adds all the items off. It sets deferred freeze to false and collision disabled to false. I'm going to get rid of freeze. And then instead of setting it this high, I'm going to go 1.0 plus the item mesh. No. The item collision, because the collision box, also the mystery bobble box, doesn't actually have a mesh. It has a child scene, which has the mesh. Now I can't give change. Yeah, no, like abnormalities. Like it's going to be like an item has fallen through. Like it's literally the thing we're fixing. Shape, size. Is the desk a tri-mesh? The desk is a tri-mesh. Like it's got, well, it's not a tri. It's a concave polygon. But it was generated with a tri-mesh. So like go around like that. I have been thinking about just changing this. So if I open the FPOS, this doesn't have a static body collider on it at all. I have been thinking about changing it to a box and just setting it like this. And being like 1.2. .6. And then 0.7. But spawning it inside the shape needs to be fixed anyway. No, it doesn't spawn it inside the shape. I can tell you that right now. Because you've got this collider here for the desk. And that's 1.1 meters tall. Alright? And what we were doing, is we had this spawning them at 1.3. So 0.2 above. And then they fall down onto the table. But the issue is that some of the card packs, because the collision is too small, when they fall backwards, they clip through the collider and fall through the world. So like they land, but then they fall and they clip through and just disappear. So I'm wondering if a tri-mesh collision is worse than I have a collision shape attached to State Boy 3D. It's been generated by a dynamically generated mesh array. State Boy 3D is collided with the resulting physics body somewhere around 80% of the time. The collision is fine with the remainder leading to fall through. Or if you had any advice, video causing the phenomena. Yeah, like that. That's the type of issue I've got. It's like the exact issue that I've got. As Zasferas, the issue is the rigid bodies interacting with one another, coupled with concave geometry. You should switch to Jolt. It may handle this better. I'm using Jolt. Swapping a Jolt absolutely fixed the issue. Probably be best picking your brain about the other one. Yeah, no. I've switched to Jolt and it still has the problem. So the issue, Massa, is I have an issue similar to this in my game, where occasionally something clips through like that. You see how that one clipped through, and then there's two that clip through here. Most of the time it's fine. And that's the issue that I'm facing. And I am currently using Jolt physics as the default. And I have tweaked a few things. But yeah. Think of concave as a paper-thin surface. Convex as a solid. Yeah. Yeah. Because, like, this here, it was... Like, if I... move back. So this is the concave polygon. And that's what gets generated if you do this. It's like collision shape as a tri-mesh. It gives you that concave. So if I change this so that it's just a box and I don't care about you know, under here or in here being accessible sort of thing, then that'll be better. that'll basically fix the issue. These colliders around here, like these raycast blocks here, the only reason I have those is so that when the player is on the other side of the counter, they can't interact with this, because then what'll happen is they would interact with it from here, and then all of a sudden they would be positioned here. So it would like flip the player and move them. And that's just too jarring. It's jarring as all hell. It's horrible. You want them to like go around and then interact with it here, and then it snaps them to here. So it's not like a huge jump and flip sort of thing. That's the only reason it's there. Yeah, this is, for anyone that doesn't know, actually, let me get this wish list message. Let me copy that message. This is what we are working on. That right there. Whoops. I can pin that message. I'm gonna pin it. Yeah. Close that. So yeah, it's definitely a concave shape difference. So that'll be that fixed. Changed sales counter from concave collision shape to a box. Collision shape. Get you updated with demo. Cool. So that should fix that. We'll see. I do run my own Git server. I've migrated everything to it now. And it was funny the other day when there was issues with GitHub. I was like, ha 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 ha, I don't care. I don't use it. So in Stardew Valley, I'm planning to get 120 kegs for tons and tons of money. I just spent around 300,000 on iron and copper ore. God damn. God damn. Back to the old times. We didn't have no GitHub. Yeah, but back then you're also using like SVN. Stuff like that. Ugh. Ugh. Lots of SourceForge as well. Yep, SourceForge. Which SourceForge these days is now like just known for. Like whenever I see something on SourceForge, I'm always like, that's got a virus. I ain't touching that. You can piss off. Alright, so the next thing I want to figure out is why when we're at nighttime and then we reset it to daytime for the next day, it's very bright like this. Like it's super, super exposed. I haven't done anything GI related though. It's gonna be like I don't have SDF GI turned on or anything. Telegram is used by 2 types of people. That's true. Imagine a random guy comes to your store to buy 1,200 pieces of ore. Jesus. Simplest way I can think to fix that is to have an area detect if player camera is inside and between the environment. In real life, you have pupils, so humans are OP. The sun is crazy strong. No, so this is all controlled by a plugin called Sky 3D. So like my entire environment light is controlled, and day-night cycle is controlled by, what was it? Tokusan Sky 3D. So this here. So this is a day-night cycle for Godot 4, open source, actively developed. They're making it for their game Out of the Ashes, which they're making this game purely so that they can have like Sky 3D as well as Terrain 3D. Yeah. So yeah. But the thing is, like, it's got nothing to do with the camera because it's everything to do with Sky 3D Blackshift. Because if I turn on the time and have it start running, you'll notice how it improves as time runs. So it's everything to do with Sky 3D. There's something happening in Sky 3D that's triggering it. And I think what it is, if I go to 2100, you'll see how that's changed there. The game time has changed to 8. If I now change this to 8.0, this game time has changed to 2100. So I think it's still using nighttime. Yeah, see? I just toggled that off and on, and it fixed itself. We go to 21. Go to 8. I toggle off night ambient, and it goes back to normal. Toggle it on, stays the same. So yeah, it's Sky 3D. So like, yeah, if I was just to override the value, it wouldn't fix anything because Sky 3D would be interfering with it. So what I really want to do, I think, is when I start a new day. What's going on, Tricky? You're late, as usual. So set up start of day. Now cycle gets set to that. If I do day-night cycle, night ambient pulse. Actually, what happens if I just turn off night ambient? If I turn that off and I set you to 21, now I set you back to 8. I think I'm going to need night ambient. Like there is an option for auto exposure. Like if I turn that on and then we go in and we run this. Look at him run. I need to... Yeah, that's alright. That's alright. I'll leave it for now. Actually, I don't care about that. I just want to check the... Let's see. So it's going to run through really fast because I've got the time set to 1 hour. Is it like very blue in here too? It gets a bit warmer. Then it hits nighttime. Yeah, so this is what happens if I have auto exposure turned on. See how it's like, it's very bright still. And that's with night ambient turned on. It's like, I don't really want auto exposure. Unless I tinker with like all of this stuff. Like if I set this to like 200. And we drop this to like 0.1. Sun's a lot easier to see. Yeah, see, it's still too bright. Still too bright. I'm not going to bother with auto exposure. That ambient way strong, yeah. And it's like, I've got night ambient min set as 0. So yeah, there's definitely, it would take a long time. Like it'd take a while to like tween that to be perfect, but I don't need it to be realistic because it's already a low poly game. So this is without night ambience. You have a constant ambient. Yeah, exactly. I'd have to set it as like 0.5 as the minimum nighttime ambient, maybe. Let's see what happens. See what happens. I will say, Black Shift, I got some great news out of the testing. So Mr. Du Bois said there was no performance issues that they noticed, and they're running a 3060, an RTX 3060. And Jojo also said that there were no performance issues they noticed, and they are running a 980, a GT 980, and a 4th gen i7. So performance is not an issue. Obviously that's going to change. Like if they, obviously if they expand the store all the way out to here and they have it filled with card packs and bobbleheads and shelves and stuff, obviously that's going to change performance. Like, they're going to notice a drop in performance at that point. Not really much I can do about that, because that's just hundreds of instanced rigid bodies. Yes, they are frozen, so they're not calculating movement and stuff, which will ultimately help with performance. But yeah, there's not much I can do about how well a GPU, like a 980 GPU, can handle hundreds of hours or hundreds of instances of stuff. So, yeah. I definitely need night ambient. I'm going to do this. Toggling this value to see if you might benefit from an occluder for each card pack blocked in view. Or like a card case. That's a struggle, and you can spend a ton of time lotting. So the thing is, like, Godot should already be occluding things that aren't visible. So if you've got a row of shelves and you're on one side of it and you can't see like the items on the other shelf and stuff, it should be blocking it by default. Toggling this value to see if it helps with resetting time on new day. It does frustum culling. Yeah. So that'll like cull meshes and whatnot. Like it'll help cull stuff that's not visible or like can't be seen, sort of thing. Want to see. I did watch the Spiffing Brit play TCG Card Shop Sim, and at the end, what they did is they just had a ton of boxes, like a ton of empty boxes and stuff that they just had outside on the sidewalk, and TCG was running slow because there was so many rigid bodies with those boxes just on this, like, out on the sidewalk and stuff. And it's like, yeah, well, that kind of makes sense. You've got like hundreds of boxes just on the sidewalk all colliding with each other constantly. You're gonna have a bad time. You gotta fix the flaws that Spiffing Brit found. I mean, it depends. Like, if it's a flaw that's fun and entertaining, do you really want to break it? Hey! It fixed it! It fixed it! Did you see that? Did you see that? Look, it looks proper. It looks proper. All I needed to do was toggle night ambient off and on again. And Sky 3D fixes it all. To fix lighting when resetting time on new day. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. Where else do I set this? This is when we load in the street. So I'm fine with this, because this is when we start up the game. Those pesky add-ons changing the engine. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I could go through the trouble of like figuring out how to set up the camera exposure and stuff like that, but that works. So I'm just gonna so we move on. You know it. You know it. There's another point that we set it right here. So I'm gonna want... I'm gonna want to do that. I should move this into like... set daytime. I'm gonna take those, pop them in here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Go. Set daytime. Ooh, actually, I don't need to do it there. I don't need to do it there. The reason why I've got close time set here is because I don't know if I want the player to be able to specify their open and close times. The scary option is, why does option exist in Sky 3D if it doesn't measure correctly? It probably does, Black. Like, it probably does if you put in the time to kind of like tweak it and get it just right, sort of thing. It probably does, but I'm like, I don't need to put in that effort because I'm not making an RPG or anything like that. So, like, do I care? Like, if I was making an RPG, yeah, I'd probably go through and do it. But yeah. That. But it is nerd kryptonite for me. True. And to that I say, suck it up. So under here, I'm gonna have to do this like so. G'day, Mr. Du Bois. How you doing? I've fixed up a bunch of other stuff as well now, Du Bois. We just fixed up the issue of like clipping through. Whipping through bits. So, like the, what do you call it? The thing. the thing with the clipping through the sale counter. That's it. That's it. I know my words. I know all the best words. Such a good song, this one. I think that's all we need to do for that. That's that issue fixed. Allow users to exit their game to the main menu. What do we think about that one? So what do we think about allowing users to exit back to the main menu? Because the main menu is literally just the player standing on the sidewalk. Not... like that, that's all it is. They're standing on the sidewalk and they've got the tablet up on the main menu. And there's no save game option. I wanted to go back and I had to quit. Why did you want to go back though? That's the question. Everything you can do from that menu, you can do from the main menu in your current game. To create a new save, you just go save game and then create a new save. Like, do you mean create a new game? So you've got new game and continue. They go here. And then you open it up. New game. Right there. Done. New game. Brand new game. Obviously, like, need to reset stuff. That's at 1,000 experience. Why is that at 1,000 experience? But yeah. 100% of time games teach us to go back to the main menu to create a new game. Okay. Sort of felt natural to go back. Because, I mean, the only thing that would happen is that would disappear. All of the furniture in there would go. You would be standing here. And that would be up with no save game option. That would be the only difference. You're still in the game world. You know what I mean? Like, and if I do that, if I have a button in between settings and quit that says, like exit to menu or return to menu or something like that, I would essentially get rid of save game. Or sorry, new game. I would remove new game and just have exit to menu. And then it's like, you want to start a new game, exit to menu, and then you get the new game button. So to me, that just feels like an extra button click. Yeah. If there was multiple saves or like a credit screen or license. Credits. Well, now I've broken it because reset settings doesn't exist on that. Okay, that's easy fixed. I can fix that one. I can fix that right now. That's because I haven't set up a base thingamajig. Where are we? Where are we? Tablet. Menu. Credits. This doesn't need this, but you know. What if, actually, under settings, because under settings I call reset screen and save settings sort of thing. It's like we do it here. So I could do... I could set it up as an enum. When I quit, I sort of expected to go back to main menu. That didn't happen. Same arguments make against other TSG games. Why break what doesn't need fixing? So, in this instance, Dubois, it's not about breaking what doesn't need fixing. It's about the fact that in TCG, their main menu isn't a menu that exists in the game world. It's a completely separate UI screen. Yeah. Whereas this, the menu is on your tablet inside the game. Yeah. The same tablet that you interact with to buy stuff and everything. Like if I had a main menu and a 2D image that, and the, like it was just the buttons and whatnot, then sure. And if when you pressed escape, it brought up that image, then sure. So like I can change it, but all we're going to be doing is adding an extra button click. Like it's an extra thing to click. Yeah. Like why, what's the purpose of having that extra button click? Like I can definitely add a second warning. I can add a warning being like, make sure you save before you quit. Do you want to continue? I can do that. And I can also inside here, I can go like, you know, quit game. Or like, exit game, or like I can leave it as quit. It would be under here that I would change it. It would be under here. We would have what, quit, and I would change this something like quit game. Or quit to desktop. Yeah. So that way they know clicking this is going to quit for you. Yeah, it's going to exit the game. And then we also have the additional pop-up that's like, hey, do you want to do this? You want to make sure you want to do this. Confirmation before quitting game. Telling users to save. Now, can I use the same thing? You got a game in progress. You gotta make sure you save. Do you want to continue? Are you sure you'll lose progress if you don't save? We'll just reuse that. I just made an oopsie that was completely my fault. I accidentally charged 11 cents instead of $11. Yeah, don't worry. Mr. DuBois also did that. He charged 24 cents instead of $24 or something. Yep. Oh, also, when you're giving out change, you can give out more change than you should be giving out, but you can't give out less change than you should. So be careful, because if they're asking for $10 and you give them $20, that could be their entire purchase refunded. Funny how that works. Stupid customers. There's got to be some punishment for you going so fast. Like, you gotta make you stop and go, hang on. Is this correct? New law, no more pennies. But yeah. God, glad it wasn't just me. I thought it was funny when it happened. Yeah. Alright, so we can do that. And then in the main menu, we do if we quit. Currently just does get tree quit. Confirm quits. It's going to go if game state, game in progress. Actually, if there's no game in progress, then I'll just let it quit. Yeah. Some sort of dumbass sound effect would go hard with that every time you enter wrong price, reminding you made a mistake. I feel like one thing I should do is give the employees personalities. So if you hire the cheapest employee, then like they have a higher chance of giving out the incorrect change or undercharging people. You get corrected by the customer, but only 20% or something. Some of the customers are honest. I am going to give customers personality. So I do have the idea for giving customers these personalities. So like a relaxed customer, an irrational customer, a nice customer, a neutral customer, an angry customer. So like these two will be opposites. A nice customer will be different to an irrational customer. And a neutral customer is just like level set. Yeah. They get fed up, jump the counter, and demand free cards. It reminds me of when I was younger, and one time the cashier actually gave me more than they should, and I made a smart comment about it against them. I felt really bad about it when I remembered it 10 years later. And that's the kind of thing, DuBois, when you're trying to go to sleep, that you immediately remember. And you're like, oh my god, I did that. I feel like I could find a way to exploit the game. Go for it. go for it, Behanaut. It's a single player game. If you want to ruin the fun for yourself, or if you find that finding a way to exploit the game is fun, go for it. It's up to you. Otherwise, what we can do is... menu manager, pop up, equals game state, asset cache, pop up, instantiate. Crazy how you remember things decades later. You can't remember the birthday of your mum. I know, right? Honestly, I don't remember anyone's birthday, to be honest. Oh my god, I found the Godobble. It's so cute. The Godobble's pretty amazing, isn't it? Yeah. I crashed a random person's RC car. Still haunts me to this day. I've come to terms with everything. Yeah. Whatever. Shit happens. People do stupid things. People do stupid things to you. Some things you don't forgive. Other things it's like, well, can't change that, so...
Imagine if Bob Ross and Gordon Ramsay had swapped professions. The chicken is raw, but that's okay. We can cook it a little more. It'll be our secret little accident. Does this tree look thing happy to you?
Oh my god, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. We're just gonna put a tree here. No! That's the wrong color! Does that look like a tree to you? puts paint, or what are they called? Like paint palettes. Puts a palette like on either side of their head. It's like, what are you? I am brown paint. What are you? brown poo, you know. I reckon a lot more people would get into painting if that was the vibe. What do you do? Is that a bush? Did you make an accident? No, no bushes. Start over. Throws the canvas out. Oh, I love this idea. I'm loving this idea. It is such a good idea. My god. The platform is so doomed. There are literally videos called stuff like, when I win a match in X game, she takes one piece of clothing off. Like, what the hell? Yeah, and then what happens is you go into the video and they're talking about their dog that they've like dressed up. Yeah. What are you? A tree sandwich. Do you still do plays of other people's games with channel points? These days it's just kind of like, you know, if I know the person, like if you were to ask me, or if Abnormalities was to ask, or Leginger, or Kavino, or someone like that was to ask, I'd just play it. Like, you know, But if a random person comes in that I don't know and is like, hey, can you play my game? I'm going to be like, I don't know who you are, and I don't know if your game has anything malicious in it. So, no. Yeah, I want to know the person first so that I know that I'm not just downloading and executing crap game. Yeah. The bar for a web game is lower. Not really. Not really. I will give your game a play, Mr. Dubois. I'm going to get this quit confirmation finished, and then I'll play your game. Yeah. 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 Yay. Yay. So you know you aren't downloading virus.exe? Yeah, basically. Need to get back into Mr. Farmboy. Ooh, calm down. Buy them dinner first. Jesus. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I hope you are having a gedunt of a day, you gedunt. Get it. Do you get it? You got it. You got it. Hope coding's going well. The coding is going very well. I fixed a bunch of bugs that were reported mostly by Mr. Dubois through the playtest. And now we're just adding in some improvements that have also been provided. I'm monitoring this one to make sure it doesn't happen again. This one here, we're implementing at the moment. And I'm not going to do that one. And then we've got these things here. Once those are implemented, I think we're good for the demo's functionality. Like maybe add some items like a bobble box containment, like a conscious bobble containment thing that you can buy at level 5. But yeah, no, you DM you okay? Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Was that a mess? Ow. I just need the desk under my desk. I was able to mess up my sign somehow, and now closed is open and open is closed. That's another issue. That's something that happens when you start a new day. Open sign not resetting when day ends. Yeah. So we need that to... Yeah. What kind of black magic ID is this, good sir? This here is Neovim. This here is Obsidian. And this here is Godot. And this is Firefox. This is just a terminal down here. It's just terminal. Yeah. Already did, so you can do a giveaway for it if you want. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I will use that as a giveaway during my 24-hour stream, boy. Thank you very much for donating to the 24-hour stream. You like Obsidian? Nice. Real quick, I'm about to cook up a game. It'll be called Look at Nothing Simulator. Is it just a black screen? See, the problem there, Behanaut, is you've got to get really meta with it. Like, so the issue there is you can't actually look at nothing. You know, if I'm looking at a black screen, I'm looking at a black screen. I'm not looking at nothing. You know? If you make it a VR game, I'm still looking at VR goggles. You know? If I close my eyes, I'm looking at the back of my eyelids. You know? The only people that truly can't see, that can look at nothing, the only people that can look at nothing are people that are blind. Yeah, they're the only ones. Actually, I'll call it Look at a Black Screen Simulator. Call it Abyss Monitoring Simulator. And all you do is you just stare into a black abyss and you just monitor it. Nothing else. Let's do this as alert pop-up. Pop-up confirm. Well, helpers try connect. I want to get into the habit of doing this. Helpers try connect. Pop-up confirm. Well, I don't need to actually connect onto that. Let's do pop-up. Confirm message.
Call it the void. Jump scares at random intervals.
That's fair. Thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. Everyone that follows, if you don't know, is called a gedunt. G''DUNT. It stands for good. See you next Tuesday. Go out. Tell people. Maybe get yourself some like cards, some business cards that you can like throw at people and they catch it and they're like, whoa, you're a gedunt. Yeah. This is Neovim. This is Neovim, Zana. Ninja cards, except not sharp. They've got to have rounded corners so that you don't like injure people when you throw it at them. Because if they're a bedunt, they're not going to be able to catch it. You'll throw it at them and they'll go to catch it and it'll like whack them in the forehead and they'll be like, oh, damn. Yeah. 90 border radius. Yeah, call your mother that. She'll love it once she finds out the meaning of it. This needs to be constants. Actually, no. Translate. I'm just going to do load confirmation message. It's not confirm button text. Message. Pop-up title. TR. That's going to be... word confirmation title. And then we do menu manager, pop up. It's pop up. The reason why I'm assigning pop up here is because I have it set up so that if menu manager already has a pop up, it doesn't recreate. Yeah, I don't want to. There's other areas that you can create a pop-up. We do that. So now, what happens is when you run this, we go quit to desktop, it just works because we're not in a game. Now, you haven't started a game, you haven't loaded anything or not. You go test, then what happens is you go escape. First of all, you've got your different save stuff here, which I need to finish that off. But if you go quit, if the game in progress is not true, it quits. That game, there should have been a game in progress there. Huh. Oh, I know what's happening. You know what it is. It's me being an idiot. Confirm, quit. Okay. Oof. Yep, I know why. Because that should return. Quit. Excellent. Restart it. New game. Test. That's Coach Barnett. We go here. We go quit to desktop. Continue without saving. You know, you got a game in progress. You gotta make sure you save. Do you want to continue? Are you sure? You always progress if you don't save. I love that message. That's my favorite message. And then if you cancel, you stay here. If you go confirm, it quits. There you go. There you go, Ninja. Oh, sorry, not Ninja. There you go, DeBoy. There you go. Easy. Easy. If you save then quit, does it appear? It will, yes. Because it's not checking if you've saved the game. It's checking if there's a game in progress. So once you load a game or you start a new game or anything like that, it'll always pop up when you go to quit. And that's because there's so much to track that checking if like them saving and then, 20 seconds later being like, oh, I'm gonna quit. Do I still show it? Do I not? Do I tie it to if they've closed the game or not? Or if they've closed the menu before going to it? It's an extra thing that I don't. Yeah. And it's not like I don't think I pause the game when you bring up the main menu. When you bring up the main menu, I'm pretty sure the game still runs. So, I think. No one has complained about that so far, so I don't know if it's an issue. I should double check that. I'm going to double check that before I add this, actually. Yeah, no, I'm not pausing the tree or anything like that. I could set it up so that, a visible change for main menu. We go... get tree paused as true. and false. And then up here, I do main menu. Process always. Are there any settings that can break the game if it's running? No. No. So if I go test. So we start running the day. I go escape. We can still interact with all this stuff. So the sun is still processing. They're still processing. That tree's not pausing at all. Oh, I know why. Switch menu null. I don't think it's there. Maybe it is there. Maybe I also want to do get tree paused as true. And then we also want to do when it's exiting. Want to do helpers try connect. Tree exiting. Get tree paused. Or get tree. Actually, just do unpause. Get tree paused false. We go unpause. So when the main menu is instanced, we delete it. So now this is the other issue. We need to have this go input mouse mode equals input mouse mode confined. Oops. That's skipping the... You see, I can't interact with that now. But main menu should always be processing. Always process. Keep processing, ignoring C-tree paused. This is the inverse of process mode disabled. These inherit. Huh? Huh?
Okie dokie is leaving. Error 404. Gateway took too long to respond. Take care.
That's a 504 error, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, gateway timeout. Please tell me this is not Python. It's GD script. Yeah. While I'm using Godot, I do GD script. Whenever I'm using Raylib, I use C++. If I use SDL down the track, like if I use SDL3 down the track, I might use Odin. If JBlow releases their game programming language to the public, maybe I'll do
504. Gateway took too long to respond. Take care.
Thank you for correcting that. Have a good sleep, Oki. Enjoy. It looks like Python. It looks awful. It is inspired by Python. It is very much based on Python. So that would be why it looks like Python. Tasty. All right, we need to finish this off from our last ad break. A first-person, third-person shooter that's sci-fi between 2001 and 2003 by Crow Team. Note to self, never use Godot. Go for it. I mean, use whatever you're comfortable with. That's... whatever results in you making stuff. Yeah? Now, what games did Crow Team make? It's not going to be anything Tom Clancy. Nah, stop making stuff, stealing the money. Found another issue. Report in the Discord abnormalities. We've got an entire section of the Discord set up for you to go into and put everything you find. Yeah. That way you don't that way we don't have like 40 people in here just reporting issues because I'm not gonna keep track of it. Like, if you put a bug in chat, chances are I'm gonna be like, yeah, like, whatever, put it in the Discord. I don't care. What is that icon with spaceship? It's sci-fi. It is sci-fi. First person, third person, Crow Team. I don't know. Where is Discord? Yeah, bug trackers in like GitHub. I don't use GitHub, so batch report all at once. Put them in as separate posts. So I've got like a forum channel in Discord set up that you can create separate posts. Okay. And then you can tag each one as either a bug or a feature request or like feedback, general feedback. Like, yeah. That way I can track which one I've done and which one I haven't done. Yeah. How you doing, Johnny? I honestly have no idea what this would be. Jet Force Gemini? What the fuck is Jet Force Gemini? It ain't Jet Force Gemini. Is it like a Ratchet and Clank? Well, it's a 2001 game, we know that much. Serious Sam! Serious Sam, of course! Crow Team! Crow Team, of course it's Serious Sam. Oh my god. My goodness. I don't know why this keeps, like, why this is pausing everything. Nodes whose priority value is the lower call. their process callbacks first. So if recommend trying GitHub. Once you start using Git for your projects, you'll wonder how you ever with that. Oh, I use Git, Russ. I use Git. I have a private Git server that all of my stuff gets put into. I just don't use GitHub. I also have a NAS that I back up all my stuff to at the end of day as well. So if anything happens to my remote Git server, I've still got all of my stuff on my NAS. If anything happens to my NAS or my PC or my house, I've got my remote Git server. So play again. If someone if someone redeems Game Duel, then yeah, we'll play again. Yep. So your process mode is set to always, but you don't always process, which is evidenced by this. Yeah, kind of, Russ. Kind of. With all of the issues that Microsoft has been having with their products of late, I honestly don't trust them with GitHub. Like, I can honestly see in the next, 3 to 5 years, there will be some AI-generated code for GitHub that gets pushed out to all of their servers that brings down all of GitHub and wipes a bunch of repositories, and then they have to go through an entire recovery process to get everything back up. Yeah. Wait, Microsoft bought GitHub? Where have you been, Behanaut? This happened years ago. This happened ages ago in 2018. What? You never knew they did? It is. Oh, this is so old news. Where in the Discord am I putting it? Do you have the bobblehead roll? Because if not, you can go into the welcome thingamajig, and you can give yourself the bobblehead roll. Yep. I had to do some fixing in that space, so you may have gone through that before, but it didn't assign you the role. So now you've got to do it again because I had to fix that. I had to fix the bot in terms of that. So yeah. What's the menu's processing mode? Always. The menu's processing mode is always, and everything under it is inherit. So I'm not sure why it doesn't want to process. It's very interesting. Let's see. So, oops. Right tab, menu manager, tablet, main menu. This one right here. Process mode, always. So I'm thinking it's because tablets paused and menu managers paused. I'm thinking that's what's causing the issue. Even though this should run independently, but yeah. Like, it shouldn't matter, though, that it's nested underneath things that can pause. Because that kind of defeats the purpose of always. Like, you should be able to have a child always run. Maybe the canvas item doesn't handle input when paused. Well, that would also defeat the purpose of having a process always. Yeah. Just see 46 beta 1 looks good. Let's have a look. I think I did. Maybe the canvas. It's still like, it shouldn't matter, Black Shift, because that would defeat the purpose of having the ability to set things to always process. The GUI changed completely and it looks awesome. I mean, no, DuBois. The GUI has not changed completely. It's the same GUI, just different colors. All they've done is change the background color, like the base color and the accent color. So like what they've got there is, let's see. Reset that. Maybe that. And then we change this to be well, that kind of thing, maybe. Yeah. That's like it's like all they've done. Like it's a bit more detailed than that. There's like a different full theme and whatnot. But that's most of what they've done. Like, yeah. Like blue, 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 blue. And then it's just grey. Like charcoal. Sort of thing. Like the thing that I do like, yeah, see? Look, 0.2, and they've just changed the base and accent color. And then there's this thing here, so you can like create a custom theme. That's like, yeah. This is just changing it so that when you change the custom theme, it updates live rather than anything else. But that's been there for ages. So, do you have a nested viewport? Anything funky? No. What was the other thing that they had? It was... what was it? This I like. This is an improvement. This is a good UI improvement. Instead of having this like grab and drag reorder there, like it used to take up this entire side, and this delete icon took up the entire side. But now, just takes up this corner. Just takes up this corner. Yeah, it's such an improvement. I love that improvement. Love it. When you're 6 resources deep, it's taking up like that much of your screen. Yeah. I also like this. This is good. Like the WOD target stuff. So like, yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. And then this internationalization as well, having the ability to add context. So it's like English letter, the alphabet letter, lettre, the message letter, as in like something you send in the mail, courier. So I like that. I like that a lot, as well as the plural rule. So the plural rule be like, there are this many apples, and you know there is this apple, there is one apple, there are this many apples. It's like plural. Yeah, n plurals equals 2, plural n greater than or equal to 2, and then it determines which one of these it uses. So, and like, yeah, I like that. That's another good improvement. Very nice. Very, very nice. And they also have, they've got better Wayland support too. I remember, yeah, Linux, make Wayland first-class window protocol with exciting introduction of game embedding, which means the good thing about this is if I run my thing at the moment, so if I go to game and I go embed game on next play, you see this orange border here. You see that? It's not actually embedded. It's another window. It's another window on top of Godot that can like move, like if I didn't have it confining the mouse, I'd be able to like move that around independently of Godot. Whereas what that change does is, geez, too many requests. Is GitHub down again? You've exceeded the secondary rate limit. Please wait a few minutes before you try again. What? I think GitHub's having an issue. Again. Considering I don't use GitHub, it's very interesting that they think I've hit some sort of limit. There we go. You have GitHub too much today. I don't even GitHub. So this here is what it changes it to. So it makes it actually an embedded window. Yeah. They know you moved off GitHub. That wouldn't surprise me. Anyway, so pausing games and process mode. So we set this. Process the node and its children in inherit mode no matter what. Paused or not, this node will process. That's a lie. We've tested this and confirmed it. Physics process input and input event functions will not be called. However, signals still work and cause their connected functions to run. Okay, so input doesn't get called during idle. Is that correct? Like by default, doesn't get called when it's paused. Create a menu containing a close button. Set the process mode of the menu's root mode to when paused. Then hide the menu. Since process mode is set to when paused on the root node, all its children and grandchildren will inherit that process mode. This way, when all the nodes in the menu will start processing when the game is paused. Okay, so let's try that. Let's switch away from always and try for when paused. Okay, when paused. Nope. I can do it this way, but I can't interact with the mouse. I cannot interact with the mouse. Mouse not working when paused. Mouse is not being unlocked and the only option is to close the menu to press escape. Set as pause in that. Please help, I'm losing my sanity. I wonder. I wonder if there's something else that's changing mouse mode. That's on process. That's on ready. So what if I do set deferred mouse mode to that? No, but close. Very, very close, because at least now we've got the mouse cursor. Okay. What I'm going to do... I don't have a process under here. But there shouldn't be anything else. Maybe. God damn it. Oops. Print, debug, game state, mouse mode, ready. Just want to check. Could be loading. Print debug. Game state. Process mouse mode. And that shouldn't matter anyway, because it should be setting it to confined. And then this would be loading mouse mode. So yeah, we don't have anything other than the game state mouse mode ready setting it. And then mouse menu is setting it on deferred. So that's going to happen later. It's going to happen during idle time. Rid of all that. Debug and misc, see if anything's intercepting. It could be the loading screen intercepting, now that you mention it. Root splash panel. Yeah, I think I know what's happening. What up, Canny? How you doing? I know exactly what's happening. Thanks for telling me, Whack. Thank you for letting me know. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope you are having a fantastic night. You're a good dunt. Now that you've followed. G'day, you good dunt. Tell people. It stands for good. See you next Tuesday. Which, for me, is... Actually, what is the day today? It's the 21st. For me, that's 2 days away. I don't know why I thought it was Monday. But yeah. You know what? You're right. Can't be the process mode. Otherwise, I'd lose trust in the true false logic. Exactly. We wouldn't be able to trust it at all. I am confused by this. I'm very, very confused by this. And why it's breaking. So hydrate? I can do that for you. Ah. Tasty. Tasty. Thank you for the hydrate. What's the splash? It's this. So what I need to do is this runs. There we go. Cool. Hate how the default mouse filter on controls is set to stop. Not all controls. It's not all controls. So like the splash video is set to stop because it's a splash, because it's a video. The panel is set to stop because it's a panel. But if you go to like a center container, that's pass. Because like it doesn't need to stop anything. It's just centering content sort of thing. It's just a layout thing. Text, I believe. We go in here. Label, I don't think does anything. It just ignores it. Yeah. Basic controller stop as well. Is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah. The basic one is because yeah. Yeah. That is odd. The basic control is set to it, but yeah. What are we making? We're making Bobble Shop Simulator. You can go to the pinned message. We'll have a link to the Steam page in there. You can go. You can wish list it. You can follow it and whatnot. We're currently doing a play test at the moment. I've got 50 people doing a play test at the moment. I'm not sure if I'll add any more people to the play test, just because, yeah, I've already got 50 people play testing. I don't think we need any more. This is my game, correct? Is it Hypnotic Games developer? Hypnotic Games publisher? That's me! I hope you are, sir. Thank you very much. I hope you have a fantastic time. Looking to have the demo out February for Steam Next Fest. So, yeah. In Spore, currently I'm wiping out the Grox. Fair. Beard Shave if it sells $10. What, one copy? DeBoy, if my game sells 250,000 copies, I will shave my beard and mustache. But it needs to sell 250,000 copies in the first month. Yeah. Yeah. Don't forget, there is a GoFundMe. What was it? I'm gonna go in Discord. That one. Yeah. Mars created this. Mars06 created this. He wants to raise a bunch of money for me to shave my mustache. My mustache. Thankfully, no one's donated. Is it hard to make a game? Depends on the game. Depends on the game. Shaved my beard last week. It felt wrong, like the universe was yelling at me. That's because it was. That's because it was. So, what about your game? My game's got its own challenges. Like, the majority of this game is around, like, the majority of the complexity around this game is interactions. How the player can interact with different objects and NPCs. As well as how the NPCs behave. You know, are they going to purchase anything? what are they purchasing? How much money do they give you when they're paying for the items so that you can give change back? But it has to be a realistic amount. So if they're buying something for like $5, you don't want them giving $24 because that doesn't make sense. You just give like $20 or $10 or something like that if you give them $24. Yeah. So you've got to like balance that stuff. And then there's also making it so that NPCs aren't just going up and taking items off the shelf. They're checking how much you're charging and if that's overpriced or not for them. And then you can go a step further. You can give NPCs personalities so that one NPC might think it's overpriced. Another NPC, maybe they're okay with it being charged that. They're not happy they're not happy with the price, but they're not mad at the price. It's just what it's priced, you know? So you can do that sort of stuff as well. Did you need a proper team to make the game? I did get help from some people in chat. So there was the Cobbler Live made the splash screen for me. They just made it, and like I was like, my God, I need that. Can I use it? And they're like, yeah, go for it. That's sweet. Dex does art, a regular here, did the title art, as well as like the little bobblehead, the 6 bobblehead arts that we have on the Steam page. Papa Laquan did the texture for the bobble boxes, the 4 textures for the bobble boxes. And I'm using Kenny assets for the bobbleheads and customizing those for my own custom bobbleheads, as well as Cinti assets for the NPCs and whatnot. So I've used some paid for and freely accessible assets for a lot of the game modeling. Groks are basically a humongous empire of genocidal cyborg bunnies. They have like 2,000 plus systems. Okay. So they are the Borg of the Spore universe. That makes sense. I can see that. Gonna do that. Playing this makes me want to make one. Like the good thing is I've got most of the functionality there. I just need to create the models and the data to add them in, and then do some extra custom logic. So like I need to create another behavior tree for NPCs, and I need to create another behavior tree for like a branch in the behavior tree for what do you call them, for thieves, and another, like some more logic for the bobbleheads to work on the workbench and stuff like that. Did Rockstar invite you to develop their games? God, no. Nah. I'm not that good. I am not that good. I only just started game development like a year and a half ago. So I've been working on this game specifically for 6 months. So yeah, bro do be trolling. See, that's the thing, DeBoy. Bro do be trolling, but you don't let them know that you know they're trolling. You just treat it seriously. Yeah. Because then they get bored and they're like, oh, I'm not getting a reaction out of it. Yeah. Troll the trolls. That's how you defeat the troll. Yeah. It's how you defeat the Karen. You out Karen the Karens. Let's see. What was I doing for the main menu? That's right, we have this. So I do need this to actually be a set deferred. And the reason why I need that to be a set deferred is so that we get the mouse like this. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I want the mouse visible during that load up though. So I think what we need to do if there's a game in progress, then we do that. But actually, I don't think I need to do that. I'm going to try it without that. And what we'll do is on splash screen, what we'll do is we'll go input, mouse mode, confined. Watch this. Gonna grab some grub, then I might watch a B film, like a bad movie. Nice. Now if we do that, yes! Oh, that's perfect. Really sorry for thinking that I'm trying. My change just ask, but not in a strong way. That's all good. Ask away. That doesn't bother me. I will answer your question regardless of who you are. Yeah. Ask away, Khan. Success! Yay! Now, for the real test. For the test to see if this is real. Oh, hello. I need to have you set to... Uh-oh. I need loading screen. Display is gonna be... Good night, Khan. Have a good one. Did you find some of the crashes? I did find both of the crashes, boy. And I have fixed both of them, I believe. So, yeah. The bobble didn't bobble. The loading screen didn't load. Have a good one, Black Shift. Was due to my logs? No. I actually found them and fixed them during the first stream before I finished stream. So, yeah. I never actually got around to checking your logs. But, yeah. What we need to do... What up, Jess? You look like Vsauce. Vsauce wishes. Vsauce wishes they had this hair. Can you believe this guy? Never. Never. In future, do you sell this game? I will be selling it. I'm going to have this game for $7.50 US on Steam. Yeah. Maybe $10. I'll set it at $10 US on Steam. And then whenever I put it on sale, I'll do it as like a 25% sale, drop down to $7.50. Yeah. I don't see the similarities. I'm sorry. I mean, my mustache is just so much better. That's all I can say. That's me in 2 years. 2 years? Damn! We need to go... I could have the loading screen always processing. Stops processing when seeing tree pause. True. I wonder if I set this to always. Does the loading screen always run? Yes, it does. But now you haven't. What up, Terra? Are you calling out lurkers? Which is funny because that person's not even in my... That person's not even in my chat list, so... Being bald accepted. Go bald than your Vsauce? Never. Never. You sound like 90-year-old men. You sound like 90 old men. What? Back in my day. I think what we could do is... That might do it. Might. Excellent. All right. Now if I start this, now you see the day moving through where at about 10 o'clock, but now we have no tablet coming up because the scene tree is paused. I press escape again, which I can't do because the scene tree is paused. So, what we could do, get rid of that. I don't want that. Or that. We want to set it up in the tablets itself. Elif. Do display tablet, which calls tween. Open defaults to true. Add hidden tesseract to the game. Is a game, I don't know. So, funny you say that. I've already got a kind of tesseract thing over there. So we kind of already have a hidden tesseract in the stream. If you want to call that a tesseract. But, yeah, it's not actually a tesseract, but it's as close as you're gonna get. As close as you're gonna get. I think I want to move these down. Pop them there. Something like that. Let's see. Actually, I need to get some noise in my ear. There you go. Okay, so I could return the tween. Um, toggle main menu. So toggle main menu. Tablet display window. That's because display tablet's going to be triggered by a signal up here. Main menu and tablet home screen. Okay. Right. So we've got the troll over on YouTube. You only developer for that game, or you work in a team? I'm the only developer. Only developer. Also, hello on Kick. How are you doing? Toggle main menu. Because that's going to do a create tablet, or a display tablet. So that's going to do... Alright, so that creates the tablet and displays it. And then when the tablet's instanced, it's going to run this. But I don't see anything causing it to tween. Applied tablet caused it to tween, but... What up, Freddy? Toodles to you. Toodles like Lupin the Third, you know it. Whatever that means. Ads coming in. He says that pretty sure. There's got to be somewhere I can hook this in. Tablet toggle main menu. So when we toggle the main menu, it's gonna do the create tablet. and then the display tablet. And display tablet calls create tablet. Create tablet runs this. If we already have the tablet, we return. I don't see where this is actually tweening. Because nothing here tweens it. You know? Which we're working on trying to get this this main menu to work with pausing the game. Because it doesn't pause the game at the moment, and it probably should. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do game door while the ads play though. So yeah. A game before 2001. First person, third person, before 2001. Sci-fi shooter. I have a feeling that this is a Quacky or an Unreal Tournament or a Doom. That's not Doom 64. Well, it is 98 though, so. Currently in Spore, the whole galaxy wants me dead because I used to be allies with Grox. We shouldn't have done that. Sci-fi shooter, 98 first person. Is this Splinter Cell? No. WoW Entertainment and Sega. Sega? Is this like Time Crisis or some shit? No, because that would have been an arcade. It's just a shooter. What shooter did Sega put out in the 98? It's not just single player, it's also multiplayer. What a bizarre commercial. What a bizarre selling. WoW Entertainment, Sega. I got no clue what this game is. Sega has stumped me. What shooter did Sega put out? I got no clue. Now, this has stumped me. Single player and multiplayer. It's a first person, so it'll be a first person shooter. First person, Sega Publishing, WoW Entertainment. 98 shooter. Single player and multiplayer. What was the other one? There was Quake there was Unreal Tournament, and there was something else. Something else that was like a Quake competitor before Unreal Tournament. Yeah? It is a horror. Oh! House of the Dead? I don't think so, because if it was House of the Dead, it would have arcade as well. Yeah? House of the Dead 2. Oh, you... Okay, so... It says arcade platform, but it doesn't say arcade genre. I think I'm gonna pop that in and go House of the Dead 2 is listed as arcade platform, but not arcade genre. Even though it is an arcade genre, alright? 100% is an arcade genre. The only place I've ever seen House of the Dead games was in arcades. The only place. Alright, so rail shooter arcade genre in general. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Also, how you doing, Jinxie? How's things? So, we do this tween opening. But that's triggered from toggle main menu. And display window. Oh, this isn't calling the signal toggle main menu. It's calling the function deferred. Okay. Okay, so now I need... return the tween. And we'll do... go tween callback can be get tree set bind paused to true. That's what we want there. Gonna play Spore as a bobblehead. That'll be interesting. That would be very interesting gameplay indeed. Actually, I'll play it as a creature that never evolves. So a bobblehead. I think that'll work. Because under here, we have when it's exiting. We remove tablets. Go into here. So yeah, when tree's exiting, we trigger this. So that'll work. Cool. My cell the whole time will be this blue thing with stalk eyes and 2 tails. Okay. Okay. That ready can go away. I think. Why is that not? Queen callback, get tree set, bind, pause. True. I think that's the only other place that I set it. Paused, right? Oh, no, because the... Doesn't the loading screen unpause it? But that'd be fine anyway. That would be fine anyway. Why... How? So we unpause it here. We unpause it here. Why does it not run? Because that does the callback. So when it finishes, it should freeze. Display sets to false when loading appears. We don't set it to true anywhere. Except for in here. So there's nothing else setting it. Nothing under here is doing it. We set it to false. I don't know what's happening. This ain't making sense. Okay. I think I'm just going to reset it. And redo the approach entirely. We go into the splash screen. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats. You're officially a Gedunt. I am also a Gedunt, trying to figure out what the hell's going on with this. It's not working, and I don't know why. Oops. Reset all that. Okay. Let's hope this is now working. So when that tween finishes, it should pause. Do that. We're going to set splash when paused. Actually, we'll do all. That's not an auto load, is it? Yeah, that doesn't work. Loading. Get tree paused false. What should I name my creature? I'm in the creature stage now, aka the hardest stage for this. Name it Le Bergeneme. Yep. There you go. Easy. Alright, so we've set game tree pause to false when the loading screen appears. The main menu we're going to unpause when the main menu unloads. Maybe we do menu closed. No, not menu closed. We do that. And tablet can... What if we return the tween? Oops. So you give it the callback to set pause to true. Why doesn't that work? Because that should still, like, raise up. So I press escape, it raises up. But I can't interact with it. Splash panel. The splash should be queue freeing when the splash finishes. That's just going straight in, so that's an issue. Set you to always. Okay. So that works. That works. $9.48, roughly $9.50-ish. But it's still running. So this isn't actually setting it to be paused. Why? Let's find out. It ain't calling that. And we can do this. This is why it wasn't working. All right, that should do it. I say should because I'm sure someone's going to find a way to break it. Okay, now I can't press escape to close it. And that's because that's handled on the menu manager. It's not on the menu manager? Main menu. When paused. Okay, so we can't do that. Because it only runs when paused. And interesting. Creation of Magikarp has appeared. I befriended them. Now I have a Magikarp following me around and helping me. So now instead of one useless guy, it's two useless guys. Yep. Magikarp is useless. Just use a bunch of rare candies to get it into a Gyarados as soon as possible. That's all you need to do. That's the fastest way to do it. So if it's not paused... Okay. We can do... Get tree... Paused. True. Excellent. Okay. That works. I still can't press escape though. Unhandled input. If game is in progress. Return. If the UI action is cancel, why would that be if the game is in progress? Shouldn't it? Let's get rid of this. So... So escape doesn't work now. What's catching it? It's saying menu unhandled. So event is action UI cancel. And it's not an echo. And it's not released. We toggle the tablet. So we do 20. We do control, sorry. We do control is null. Return. What does tablet toggle even do? Otherwise it goes switch menu is null. So if penguin alien with tentacles and a flute mouth. What the hell is going on in your game? I do not understand Spore at all. So control is what we're displaying. So this handles that, but tablet. Let's go to main menu. Onto menu manager. So menu manager doesn't do it. Tablet doesn't do it. And main menu doesn't handle it either. That's menu closed. Visibility changed. Where are we changing? I think what we can do if I do get tree paused false and we do menu manager hide tablet emit. Player calls hide tablet when we do choose Bobble. Or when we choose card. Day report, loading, Item pricing. Main menu. Tablets. iTablet Connect. So it's you that calls it. Okay. Oops. Whoops. Let's take those. That's where we want it. That's where we want it. If control is null, we're doing tablet toggle. That's what we need to do. That should take care of our pausing game and still having the menu work and whatnot. Excellent. That was 8:59. But it was still processing. So it's 4. See how, yeah. So there's this thing here keeps running. It's doing an internal calculation, I think. And that internal calculation you can see that the NPC has stopped moving, but the clouds are still moving. And if I take it down now, the sky's changed, everything's changed. So something in Sky 3D is going to hell. Game state, day-night cycle. Enable game time, true. No, false. Pause. Pause. And get tree paused. And then after that, game time, false. False, false, true. Okay, let's see if that deals with the pausing and unpausing. Okay. We need to fix. Which one is it? Paused being set to true. False and false. What up, Conker? How you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. I'm currently trying to figure out why the game time isn't unpausing. Oh, that's why. Hang on. I need to enable the game time when pause is set to false. Pause is true. Enable game time, false. Okay, let's see if that works. Is this a new game? No. It's Bobble Shop Sim. Still the same game we've been working on. 9:47. 10:37. Alright, so a little bit of time passes. $12:23. Yeah, cool. I think I'm good with that. Now I need to fix up. Time passes menu has animation. Yeah, it does. It does. And that's because if I pause it before the animation starts, the entire thing freezes. Okay, so when the game starts, the tablet hides in the loading screen. So because the tablet hides, what up, Theater? How you doing? Welcome in. We have this. If the tablet's not displayed, we tell it to call back. But the tablet is displayed, so it goes into here. If tablet toggle and game in progress between false. So that's fine. That's correct. That's what should happen. And then what we need... I think it's the load. The loading screen. No, it's not in here. Get tree paused is true. When the menu hides, unpause. But is game in progress at this point? If game state, game in progress, we do that. So time's already moving. So by this point, print debug, unpause. Let's see what happens. We got this giant purple green plant thing with no eyes and a leech mouth. Sounds like you're on an alien planet there, Behemoth. I think it's this. Game state. Game in progress. Return. Let's see. Let's see what happens. It's still running. If game state, game in progress, we connect that. Excellent. Excellent. Start that. Starts ticking. I pause. I'm in the main menu. Time should be paused. Clouds still go past, but that's whatever. Excellent. Perfect. You can see the NPCs pause as well. You can still interact with everything. And it goes back. Love it. Love it. Now, the only issue now is when we load a game, so we do settings loaded, that's game state. Game settings. Settings loaded. This load confirmation. That's fine. It is obsidian on the left. Correct, Hunter. It's fantastic. The game settings is loaded. Do I want to hook into the shop settings being loaded? What if, is there a load? I think I've got a signal for load game. Or watching game devs. Wish I got my own head down and just made my game. Trust me, this is... I'm trying to add this in after the fact. I should have, like, pausing when you're in the... When you're, like, hit exit and bring up the main menu. That's something that should just happen. But I didn't think it through. So now I've got to try and figure out how I'm incorporating it. So that does menu manager loading. We do. Menu manager loading. Pausing needs to be done at the start. Same with multiplayer. It doesn't need to be done at the start. It should be considered at the start. If you build the game without considering it, it makes it difficult later on. So... Menu manager loading, connect. Helpers, try disconnect, bind, tree exiting, and unpause. So if we load a game, this shouldn't trigger. So we do this. You can see time is paused. We start the time. It starts ticking. I press this. Time is paused. Okay. Otherwise, it would be around 8:20 or so, but it's not. It's 8:05, and we go continue, and I select one of these. This one, confirm. This is the other problem. When pausable, no, when paused, pausable, always. All right, let's hope. continue. Now that's still ticking, which is the problem. That's the issue we need to fix. Okay. Okay. Menu manager should... Who are some of our favorite media characters? I don't know. It depends on what media you're talking about. Fix everything all at once. I mean, I can fix this by just not doing it. I don't think that's a smart option. I think people are going to expect the game to pause if they open the main menu. Yeah? I could just be like, if you want to pause the game, flip your store sign to closed, alright? Do that. That pauses your game. Done. Just fix store sign monk. Not yet. Not yet. That's the next thing I'm going to be doing. See? It's right here. Right there. That's the next thing I'm doing. Okay, so... Game state, game in progress. But... print debug. Unpausing. Why did that start? Game time enabled. Game state, day-night cycle, have game time. Game time enabled. That's what we need. And what we can do with that is under here, before we emit anything loading, I can just go... but this is going to execute after the fact. You know? For example... Okay. Enable game time on base objective nil. Didn't I just... If day-night cycle is not nil. gonna be this. Day-night cycle. Not null. Alright. I'm going to test that after the ads. Instead of bothering with that, what do we need? We haven't done Quirtle yet today. I'm going to take a break from that and do Quirtle because that's doing my head in. Trying to throw this in after the fact is just shitty. It's annoying and frustrating. Brack. Men's. Okay. I use XYLYL as an opener just to flex. So. Let's do... ROPEK. Is there any franchise of this game? No. Not of Bobble Shop Sim, no. How? What the hell are these words? D-A-I-O-U. It'd be a dew, isn't it? How the hell do you spell a dew? There's an E, not an O. Okay. Dowie. What? Al? Winus? No. Vinos? No. What the fuck are these words? There's no R, so it's not like it's siren. What are these words? Bison, fuck's sake. I have no idea what the other ones are though. What are they? Audio. God damn it. Of course. I wasted so much effort on this thing up here. Fuck's sake. My brain must be shot. My brain must be so goddamn short to not be able to pick up any of that. Oh my. Why are you processing? Do that as false. Excellent. Pop this open, see what happens. Okay, so it's 809, probably 8010 by the time the tablet came up. Excellent. And then it's still processing. God damn it. Change store open, start of day. When the game's loaded. But we don't have it in here. Because it's not in here, is it? I just want to double check that it's not in there that's causing the issue. I'm pretty sure it's not. Okay. So, right there, it's not hitting... Hang on. This is all looking fine. Yep, all looking fine. Runs it. You all pause. You already are running. Does unpause is true. Because... Because game time enabled is going to be set. Because it is true. Whoops. I did not mean to flip you all around like that. So we need it that when we load the game, game loaded. Set up HUD. That's the only thing that happens. But where's menu manager loading triggered from? Emit true from load shop. Load shop loading true, set process false. Game in progress is true. We emit the menu manager loading. So we need... That's the thing, they're completely disconnected. I'm trying to wire them together when they shouldn't be wired together. When do we set game in progress? We set it right there. Confirm quit. Handle load save. So when we load game, doing load shop, we're unloading settings. Menu manager, add child. Menu manager loading. I cannot see where to hook this up. Also, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I'm glad my struggle is good enough for a follow. I cannot pinpoint this. If the game state in progress is like when we load up the menu, game state in progress, we connect up the tree exiting to unpause. And then this tree exiting. What would the tree exit like? The menu manager would be deleting the tablets, which would be deleting the main menu. So I think it should still be menu manager loading, right? Connect to helpers, try disconnect, bind, tree exiting, unpause. And unpause. Print debug unpause, tree exiting unpause is disconnected. And that's going to be emitted well before. Where are we? Display. I don't see anything in menu manager that's going to hide the tablet. Loading. We'll do hide tablets. And that doesn't emit. But the emit happens on the next. Because by default, it doesn't do any of this. Ref counted. Connections can be assigned to the same call multiple times. One shots, assist, Okay, so menu manager hide template, hide tablet, omit. That's going to cause the tablet to tween down. And when we tween that down, it's going to queue free, but it's got a bunch of time to queue free. Which means we can do day-night cycle, enable game time. I want that to be false when we load the shop, but for some reason it's not. And I can't see any reason why it would be getting triggered at this point in time. But it's still processing. Print debug. Disable game time. Print debug. So there's game time. Be enabled if that, else disabled. There's some errors. So what are the errors? Error calling from signal loading to callable with try disconnect. Method expected 2 arguments called with 3. Ah, I see why. Yep. Load, disconnect, unpause. So this is going to take a loading as a bool. Actually, I think what I could do is just do loading. I'm going to set this to false. The only issue now... Yeah, no. That won't work. So I will need an intermediate function at this point. We can do helpers try disconnect, tree exiting, unpause. We can do this as loading unpause. So that'll handle the parameter, not receiving the parameters that it should. So if I pause, 8010, or 810, not 8010, 810. And then this will... Cool. Continue. And it's paused. Love it. And the last thing we need to do is this open close sign. Oops. Let's see. Props. Open sign. There's open store emit and there's close emit. So if the store, like if we reset the day, or like if we go to the next day, because you press enter, what we need to do start next day, reset sign. Rotation gets set to 0. We also need game state, shop settings. Is open, false. Whip state is idle. Enum state purchase of GameStop. Okay, that should deal with the store being open, or like the store being flipped incorrectly when you start a new day. That's open there. Pause this. Make sure. Excellent. It's doing what it should. What up, Justin? G'day, you gidunts. You're just in time to, hopefully, see that everything works when you start the next day and the time is paused and whatnot. But what were you doing today? I got into playtest as well. Nice. I'm about to put up a new build as soon as this stream's over, so you'll be able to play it with a bunch of bug fixes and stuff that we've done tonight. Hopefully. Excellent. That says closed. If I flip it around. Yes! Fixed. Alright. Working on stuff for next playtest build of my game. Nice. How is Black Honey going? I've seen it pop up a couple times on Steam, so must be doing something right. No, not print stack, print debug. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. Oh, good. I feel like it's coming together with the horror and comedy elements working out better now. Nice. Nice. So it's starting to come together. You gotta love a good horror comedy. Alright, I think that's all working. So we now have the game pausing. You can go through, you can change your settings to whatever you want them to be. Or not, because settings is not... Shit. Why is settings not working now? Oh, this is the frustrating part of game development, Justin. It's the very frustrating part where it's like, okay, everything's mostly working, but there's these tiny things that pop up, and they just drain time. It's the last 10%. It's the last 10% that just sucks everything out. So it should be working. It should be working. Like, main menu. We can do... Visible change, setup, focus, switch menu. There's no unhanded... Oh, there it is. Unhanded input. If a game's not in progress, we return out. We have it as if a game's in progress, we return out. Why are we even returning out? Hang on. Hang on. Unpause, hide tablet if the control is null. Otherwise, switch to null. Switching null. For some reason, it's not hitting that section of code. And it's because of that. Documents, projects, Bobble. Git diff. UI. Tablets. Interesting, I got this 4.5 hours in. God damn. A 90 stream streak. Bloody hell. So that is progress. So I have changed this. That should be that. But now, because the game's paused, I need to handle this better. Honestly, you should be higher. I hear Hypno's voice more than my own thoughts. Nice. It's because you hear all the time. You hear my voice for 10 hours a day, every day. Like, how are you not going to... Like, you hear my voice more than you hear your voice. It's redonkulous, to be honest. So this is what it was. Or game state, shop settings is not loaded. No, hang on. How did this ever work? That's the question. So if it's not in progress, we want to return. Game is in progress, or shop settings is not loaded. We return out. So it works for that. Maybe I'll just do that. That should work. Okay, perfect. So now it's just here that it doesn't work. Do... You know what? I'm gonna take those. Pop them down here. Return false. So if the shop settings are not loaded, we want to return false. But that's not correct. Move them down here. I feel like I should change this to be not null. do that. If control is not null, we want to switch menu and return false. If game state, if the control is null, shop settings are not loaded, we want to return false. Otherwise, we unpause, hide tablet, return true. There we go. Perfect. 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 Main menu now pauses the game. Fixed store open sign. When next day starts. Excellent. I'm looking forward to seeing people just completely break that as well. So I'm sure people will find an issue. Okay. Check out main, git merge demo, git push, git check out demo, clear, and then with that, what I can do, I can go over onto this screen and I can CD to here. First thing we need to do is get rid of that. Get rid of that. Then we need to copy all of this stuff into there and Windows stuff into there. I really need to set up a script that does these commands in this order. Now that we've done that, we go into here, we run this, and we log in with our cached credentials, thankfully, because I logged in earlier today. And then we do run app build, and we point to the thingamajig that we, like the app thing that we want to do. Let's export my game. We do Shop Sim. I want to push that as export Bobble Shop Sim. Tools. Scripts. App build. All right, so that's now uploading, and then I have to go into the Steam partner and then put it to the playtest branch and the default branch. Okay, so do that. Steam partner. For anyone wondering why I don't show this stuff, I just don't know. Like, I know Steam has certain things in the partner backend and whatnot that they don't want to be made public. Like it's part of the NDA you sign when you're join as a Steam partner. But I don't know why. I figure they want some of it to be kept private. I'm just not going to show any of it, because that way, if they add something in the future, or they change something, or update terms of service and whatnot, I don't need to worry, because I'm already not showing anything. Yeah. There we go. All of that is uploaded and approved. Love it. Alright. Let's see, so we've got some more reports that have come in. Let's go through those, shall we? Bugs and feedback stuck in customer interaction. If you interact with a customer asking about bobbles, and you try to pull out a bobble you have in on your person, you get stuck in the customer interaction. Yep. I'll make it so you cannot... Actually, I know the issue. What solution would you prefer to see? Prevent interaction with a customer that wants to trade, sell, etc. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, you fantastic gedunt. While holding something. 2, prevent interaction with object held when interacting, or when in customer, trade, sell, etc. dialogue. I'm leaning towards option 1 because of the conscious bobbleheads you can pick up. Would be weird holding those things and other objects when speaking to customers. Alright, so we can probably deal with that one tomorrow. I'm gonna tag this post. I think, oh no, it's tagged as a bug already. Sweet. Okay, so that's the only bug we've gotten today that's been reported. Sweet. Sweet. Yeah, excellent. Perfect. That's done. I think we can call it there because we've only got like 5 minutes left. I was gonna play Mr. Du Bois' game. I'll play tomorrow. Tomorrow, Du Bois. Tomorrow I will play your game. Tomorrow. Yep. That's what we're gonna do. I got so stuck into the menu stuff and whatnot that I completely forgot. I honestly thought I would have that implemented in like 10 minutes. Ended up taking 2.5 hours. That's always the way. Always the way. At least I can take these two and mark them off now. So what? We'll do this tomorrow. I reckon before Christmas, we can get these done. We have 4 days. No, wait. We have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We have 3 days. For this betrayal, I shall meet you at the gates of Valhalla. Ha! Joke's on you. I'm not going to Valhalla. Like I'm gonna get into a fight. I ain't dying on no battlefield. I'm gonna die old, fat, and surrounded by just fruits and people feeding them to me, and like just. I'm gonna die like royalty. All right. So yeah, we've got 3 days. I reckon we can get all of those. Like, we can get those 3 things finished before Christmas, I reckon. I like it. I like it. I don't like it, actually. I love it. Love it. Fantastic. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to raid I Heart Me because I'm a funny boy. Here are the raid messages. Use whichever one you want. Use whatever emotes you want. Those are my recommended, though. I'll be back in 9 hours to continue working on this stuff and to fix up any bugs that people have reported in the Discord. If you are in the playtest, please join the Discord using our Discord link that you can find below. And then when you are in the Discord and you have verified, go to the welcome channel. Click on the video game emote, the reaction, and then you get access to the Bobble Shop Sim section where you can report your feedback and your bugs and whatnot. Have a good one. I'll see yous in 9 hours for more fun playtest fixing and feature updates and whatnot. Have a good night, you good dunce.